Hello again. Sure, what's on your mind? But of course, what else?
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. Calling.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
Writing. I hate writing so much. But I have to get back to it.
The man disappears. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone. Just seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. This sometimes happens. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying. You close your eyes and put your index finger on the rotary dial, then pull down on the... Strange. This is not how you started before. You dialed 001. This is not the area code of Revachol. It is 005 is Revachol, ZOC. 001 is Grad, on the Gradian Isola, where the telephone was invented. The next two digits you dial are the area code for the 414447. The rotary 1117361. Your fingers keep moving like a spider. Every time the ring rotates back with a little ring of metal, like a bell tolling. Yes, 451-67451. You are going deeper now, into some 451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. Surely nothing can come of this. An ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird starts ringing in there, not like the local calling tone before calling. Calling in the night, the saddest sound in the world. Calling still. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy. The lieutenant is too far away to hear your yelp. The sea wind blows. Calling. 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 Calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths, a woman's voice emerges. Small. The dearest thing you've ever heard.
Hello? Who is this? Dora, who is this? The connection is bad.
Dora. The name feels like a gift. A gift that was meant for you, to make it possible to live. In the distorted distance, you hear someone turning next to her. Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to that last thing. It doesn't matter if you react or not. You still think you hear a man's voice in the background. It's covered in pain and white noise.
You're not ominous, Harry. You're drunk.
You only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the change runs out.
Because it's me. Look, I don't understand what you're saying or why you're calling me. Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's so late here. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours. What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about already?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain.
Yes, I'm in my rover, sleeping. Oh no, please stop. Please, let's just hang up. To work. The academy, where I work.
No response, only a sigh. The connection crackles like burning paper.
Yes.
She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money. Run to the church, home, anywhere but here. Anything but calling her again. scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other. You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D, a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall. Feld Electrical. How ironic. All these Feld Electrical, you only know them as a small company that makes ink cartridges. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower maybe.
Why single out this one building? Indeed, somehow you knew it was here, an urban ruin gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light. You felt it before, when it rained in Martinez, and you felt the cold of the rain. The feeling persists. It has been in you ever since. Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb. Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here, and an adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels.
She's down there.
Okay. Why? Right. How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building.
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180? Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to do something more subtle? What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder? Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
Teleportation is not a thing. This really has nothing to do with adventure. We are dealing with basic physics here. Oh yes, it could hurt a lot.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
No, Not like a regular person, like a phase spider. The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a back.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
Officer.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart. The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal
I hope no one dangerous heard that. After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain.
He's quite proud of himself.
At least now we have an exit, so let's get going. It's time to investigate these passages.
Arno van Eyck. Okay, so Egghead is clearly not Van Eyck in disguise. Van Eyck is an Oranese disc jockey, but those people get around, especially in Revachol, in the clubs on Boogie Street. Perhaps he stayed here for a short stint and discarded part of the song he was working on. Just threw it away. And then it ended up in the hawthorn tree. But why? Did he think it was retrograde? It wasn't. Perhaps he caught a glimpse of the future and did not want for it to arrive just yet. Perhaps the city whispered the top line to him, and he was frightened by it. There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost...
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure. No, but you are the sensitive.
It's not a quib. The situation is dangerous.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to play. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace and it will start. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
You're right. However corrupt he may be, nothing happens in Martinez without him knowing.
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
Okay, why not? Whatever goes down might also affect her.
Not closely enough, you suspect, but still, good idea to visit her one.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly...
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside. Nothing. Just black tangles like the hair of an old woman. Motionless. The wind in the yard doesn't reach the hawthorn, nor does the light come in from this window.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. Nothing. As before.
What's this weirdo cop doing?
I think he's trying to find dirt on us, in our box.
Wow, no. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, because they like to sniff around.
He's just trying to sound clever. He has no idea what you're looking for, nor do you. Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height. There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches. Light yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of color in the black. Someone hid the key in the bush and attached the yellow. It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence.
Huh? I'm not your janitor, cop. I don't even know what.
If he says it's there, it's there.
And I need the fatty to get his feet amputated because the smell is killing me. We can't always...
God damn it, Dennis. You know I can't help it.
Sorry, fucko. These guys won't help you. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. The Hawthorne's gotta...
I'm gonna enjoy...
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the Hawthorne branch, and slides it. The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man...
Come on, man. We were just having some...
I'm tired of listening to your shit. Don't thank me. I don't give two shits about your key.
Didn't even know it was there. Boys. No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
It could open the door in the kitchen. The blue door. It says workshops.
It's worth a try.
Your secret root theory? You're grasping for a little wisdom from old Titus. Not everything.
It's said without aggression, as a genuine advice. You see a heavy steel. The key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it. After dust rises before you like mist. A tomb? Haunted by regal? No. Smells like engine grease. All these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and play. Feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
Some kind of inane pinball theme, probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
Diora was one of the 3 crown cities of the DeLorean era, on the Muindi Isola, the others being Ria Silvia and Advesperasket. This theme is all about early airships and beautiful, sad, pearl-laden women. The lieutenant grimaces looking at the machines.
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist pinball. No, I love it. I love pinball.
He doesn't.
No.
Kim, pinball, Kitsuragi. Exactly. That's what he's known as. His reputation precedes him.
So now he remembers. Fine, I'm Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, aka the Kimball. You remembered. Congratulations. No human being should. It is a game that requires no skill and a childlike affinity to flashing lights and to fantastique, science fiction, and historic romance franchise. It is lame. I am not called Pinball. It was used to taunt me a long time ago, before I became a homicide. Fine. I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once I had to infiltrate a pinball ring. Unbelievably. To do that, I needed to become a pinball champion. I trained for 9 months. The The job was successful and I was moved. End of story. That time is over now. I was already a 38-year-old man. It was unbecoming, as was playing pinball.
So that's why he doesn't want to talk to Kuno. Trauma and stressor disorder from being a juvie cop.
It's best if you handle the juvenile delinquents. Not only to you, I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi to everyone. Now we really need to continue our sweep of what appears to be a...
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just the maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th July, 80.
That it does. I say, let's brave it. No, it was maintained in 88 of the previous century. No, I think the bureaucrats just forgot about this backroom elevator after the revolution. Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descend, and an international call for emergency assistance. That the small steel plaque reads Halter 800. Halter is a Koningsteiner lift company who went out of business. So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up, a long time ago. Everything is cut. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue. Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
A creak. Some dust falls off it.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the artists bang away at it.
Remember the dice maker? Then that means...
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice maker said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure. But I do.
But then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection.
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy.
stupid superstition. But still, it would be interesting to see what the... It's not a ghost story. It's a curse, and Gart ought to be made knowledgeable so he can perform counterspells. You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new. 3 weeks maximum from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
This is so good it makes him forget the whole Kimball.
The Blue Door was a mega investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, which I would say is quite large. It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, leading to the roof. This prints, officer, could be the prints of our killer.
Large prints, most likely made by boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be... One person has been here. They've gone back and forth. The tips point both ways.
Between that and that. The size looks about the same, actually. They are not the same shoe, but they could be the same person. No. These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor. You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens.
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions here. The footprints on the floor, however, definitely suspicious.
You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural there. Sensation. This is the barred door you tried to kick in before.
Unless we've veered off into a folded M dimension, I'm expecting to step out on the roof. We could ask class here, but...
Folded M dimension. A reference to the popular science fiction series, In System. Look who's in a good mood suddenly, and reads. The door shudders a bit, as though it were laughing at you.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation. Oh.
Did you take the documents?
No, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me.
She doesn't seem to be lying. She's genuinely spooked by their disappearance.
They couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I was not. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away. I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I've won. I feel like shit, sir. All the time.
She smiles. A bitter little smile. She means it.
Clearly, I haven't. We're having this conversation, aren't we? How well could it have gone, I mean?
The rain falls on her shoulders, tinting her blonde hair light brown. It smells of industrial pollution.
I'm stuck in Martinez just like all of us. I've been up here for... I don't know how long now. I like to call this my rooftop containment facility. For my sins, of course. The long-standing sins of a bad, frivolous person. For destroying my first love. For working for bad people. The list goes on and on. The what? Oh, those ones. I don't know, sir. I said I have no idea what to make. I mean, there's no reason for me to think they're somehow connected to her. I don't know what to say. None of this is fortuitous for me. Did I? Why do I still feel suspicion hanging over me then? What I managed was to get him killed. I'm the love that does people.
The lieutenant looks away. He feels uncomfortable with this conversation. He doesn't know what to add. She nods, slowly. There is suddenly a strange glint in her eyes. Not malicious, but dangerous.
Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. We demand her fear. She slowly You are. This is not the end of this.
Officer. Lies.
Yes, we demand.
There may be grounds here. At least.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around. She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some type.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want? Yeah? What? Anything else?
Hey, was there something you needed? Another thing. Great. I love those. Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there, so...
It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting to know.
Okay, what is back there? There is no gaping maw. If you don't want to...
But please do still tell me.
Yes, haha. What's actually behind that? Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too. I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean. No, I was just wondering if you found pinball.
He was wondering about something business-related. About how much money he could make of one.
No, but we could diversify the entertainment options, seeing as you've opened the door back there. The machine we have in the... It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here. Other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's always causing trouble.
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up must be making... Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's... He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
What wall? I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the Whirling does not abide spying on its guests. Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? I hope not. Yes? Hey, there's another thing. Great. What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address.
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address.
Everyone knows of it. I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the Whirling. Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tilework? These high ceilings? Then for 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up through hail and through sleet. Fuck me.
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him.
Some real estate management company. They never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be involved. Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real estate company.
It was you?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too. Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateniers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags, you're vast and you're sad.
Good pick.
Yeah, it's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way. Especially for this, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area. Yes, your police skills have delivered. I'm sure you'll get a commendation, maybe even a promotion. What about them? One is a basement dive frequented by chain-smoking communists. I can't tell you how sick I am of Kraz Mazov and Ignis Nielsen.
He's hesitating, not sure if he should share this information with you. Encourage him.
The other is a kebab cart. It's very successful in its way, but it's nothing like the whirling. Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs. I have a feeling they're going to...
Against the doom.
So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment... Yes?
Again? I can't believe this.
Yes? What is it?
Oh, sorry.
Host almighty. He's a total bummer now.
Yes? What about René?
Yes.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. I just don't know anymore.
This coin operated. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. They got as far as the street lamps and that statue on the intersection before something went sour. I suspect it was Erard's class doing. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here. We should have done something about the Union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
Your money disappears into the coin slot. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different. The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind. The little brave birch tree seems to wave back in the...
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
Keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep...
You find your... The box smells...
economical, but also trendy. Look first hand. Buy second hand.
You see rows of toy soldiers.
Hello, hello. Let me know if, for the moment, yes. You'll be back again. I've got a feeling. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps. I doubt it.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing.
For the moment, you won't regret it, officer. Whatever you need, the Model 9 can have.
The lieutenant watches you take the transceiver with barely disguised envy.
Not at all, Detective. A Kristallsprach is a fine piece of equipment, but I'm quite satisfied with my Dynawave.
Oh, he's totally jealous. He can barely hold it in.
You've surprised me more than once during the course of our investigation, but I have to say it's...
The pawnbroker turns from you to the lieutenant, and back again.
We're glad to hear it. Here you go, man.
Not so sure about this. Because it's an anti-radiation drug, and you're a cop, not a post-apocalyptic scavenger.
I respect your decision, officer. What?
I'll just keep the Corda Lacey in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier. Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty.
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing.
Oh, jetty, oh, jetty. It's good to see you here, detectives.
What brings you here?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally.
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track your progress along the coast house. Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the Corda Lacey red. Like blood, you see. Well, I like it the way it is.
What is this? Destruction of property? Hooliganism? Elder abuse?
No need. Lillian and I are getting on much better. For one, she appreciates the concept of rent. How do I like it?
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there? I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too...
Fortunately for you, madame.
All right. Real men. Real politics. Real thoughts in your head.
Oh, I'm not frightened, officer. I'd never...
Above you, there forms a quilt of altocumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West, wherever...
Have I told you how they discovered this place? No, they're in Sealindian, Isla. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty. I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new
Do we?
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for...
This story she will tell only before she leaves.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with, while you're hot in pursuit. The sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer? Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a It's a regular mass-produced sword. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson gone. To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. Who knows? Maybe he fell over. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles. Us working folk don't have the luxury. Life didn't really change that much for me.
This is neither a touchy. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the way... What more do you want to know about that poor girl? Yes, let's hear those other questions.
Yes?
The noxious odor.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail! Abigail! Don't.
You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk. He snorts and beckons you.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail. Abigail? Abigail, don't.
Tequila Sunset. What's it about? Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. Anyone's got a pen, the pro's gonna do it.
I got a freebie when I purchased a whole carton of cigarettes. Smoke cigarettes, get a free pen. Deals don't come any sweeter.
The writing under the tiny crown logo reads, Royal Extra.
Thanks, Rosie. Hey guys, I'm a hero.
Hell yes!
Don't call Abigail!
Thank you for your help. Should we go and mail this? I think I saw a mailbox on the plateau.
The legend! He's back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss and a little speed to spy. The legend! Aye, by amphetamine I mean speed. Sure did, buddy boy. That's why I said amphetamine. I mean speed. I mean amphetamine. I got both. Aye, that's what I said. Good, my man. Now what can I offer you?
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front.
Yes, for sending mail.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with about a week's worth of mail as collected in there. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug Everard. You know he's going to play.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
common office radio, like any of those found in countless waiting rooms, lounges, and other semi-public space.
There's usually a little switch somewhere.
The lock disengages with a nice click. You may now safely remove the There's nothing obviously remarkable about it. It's about if this transceiver were a person, it would be an accountant at a large logistic.
I don't think the people who typically buy these...
The transceiver appears slightly hurt by it. With its transceiver gone, the radio has ceased.
Mr. Dubois, every worker, member of the board. How can I help you today? What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any jolly fat guy, but I can't take slander.
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what? I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So
He's hiding his...
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you...
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez... You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your...
Judging from how happy he is, it looks like you did it. Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
Harry, by now you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, if the construction noise and limited street... Well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant up...
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But mark my words, officers, we are going to reset it. Reset. I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on the coast. That land will be used for municipal... Harry, imagine a youth centre supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. The coast will be lit up with enterprise and life. Although, Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. I accept your salute, Harry. All of it is true. I've got the centre, I've got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years I'll get the church too. The wheels are turning, Harry. The wheels of progress. This post-war limbo, I won't stand for it. There are kids practically playing with their own feces out there. It cannot go on.
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state of things. And then there will be a giant statue of him, towering above it all.
I'm not a symbolist, Harry. I'm a realist. My statue will be Martinez rebuilt. 5-story building complexes, kids off speed, and landowners in a zone hating me. That will be my statue.
You would look nice as a statue.
Damn right I'm up to something, Harry. I'm gonna make the working man as rich as Joyce Messier. That's my job. Just like yours is to keep the peace. Order it. You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too glad you asked. I've got type 2 diabetes because sugar and fat was all my mother had to give me and my brother Edgar when we... Good job too, as it made me ugly. And ugly people, Harry, are much better at politics. Why a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war. I have. It's a great story, Harry. Did you also know how the bee colony kills the giant hornet? They swarm and blanket it entirely until it suffers a massive heat stroke.
He crosses his hands contently, thinking of the interior temp.
Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men. Or 15 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we're not gonna give nothing. We're gonna take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're gonna take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his...
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance. Tits from her arsehole. It's...
Actually, no, it's not.
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't... It's already happening. No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give it...
He really doesn't know. A guy, huh?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist. Truth is...
He really doesn't.
2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor... And they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry...
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands...
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical... All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities. The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column. We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his Benefed, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperidone.
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually apricot-flavored, and risperidone.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pure...
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share, and I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
He's basically admitting to it.
It's also far removed from my men and the people of Martinez who've put their trust in me. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbour's turnover, just like the harbour is, but a small part of Martinez. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm going to unite them all into one economic body. We're going to incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's going to be in on the wealth, and everyone's going to pull their weight. Thank you, Harry, thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me, because in many ways, you are that working man. You have already done so much work. We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry. Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me. But it had to. An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the...
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like... The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving... As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's
Unstable is good, actually. She will be easier to disarm. No, wait. Actually, unstable is...
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady.
There it is again. The pigs. Like Roy said, not good at all.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to...
She will be there from 2200 hours.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Great, Harry. This has been so great. I'm always happy to educate and entertain. Very nice, Harry. Is that...
Hey, mister! I'm not gonna bother you with a long greeting, just like we talked about before. Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk to people about Union guys. But who did you want to talk about? Mr. Edgar is Mr. Everett's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does, but a very smart fellow. Very smart fellow indeed. He's away on some Union business. Not even in Revershaw, they say. All kinds of places he visits. Him and his brother both do when they're on a vacation. Right now, it's Mr. Everett's turn to look after the Union. But last year he spent a whole winter in South Africa. Left with the first autumn rains and didn't come back before the trees were green again.
South Safri. A lot of bulk chemical manufacturing going on there. A lot of cargo shipments being made, too. The trade must have been lucrative for the trip to be so long.
He's a Union man through and through. Good guy. He's very calm, laid back, doesn't do... Honestly, I don't know what he does for us, but it must be important because everybody likes him. Yes, they do. I think that's what he does. He makes everyone feel a little better. Whoa, he's really something. He doesn't talk much to me usually, but when he does, I don't really understand most of what he's saying. Actually, I don't think he would... Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some Union men. I think he really believes Jean-Luc was a dragon because he ran right off. Another time he almost killed another guy, but I shouldn't talk about that. Who do you mean, mister?
You do realize he might just be a figment of your imagination, right?
I don't know anyone like this, mister. Maybe he's one of Mr. Everett's fancy friends. He knows all kinds of fancy people.
He really feels very uncomfortable discussing matters related to Everett with you.
Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was born on a boat, they say. His veins are probably filled with salt water, I tell you. Nice, friendly...
He's probably one of those rare specimens who are born when two drunk seamen stumble on top of each other on the deck amidst a storm so violent it flings whales or...
I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. Everett would like it very much. You better ask him yourself, mister. The night guard, he was a peculiar fellow. Headstrong and proud. We didn't really talk all that much. He died recently. Something with his ticker. Sure, mister. What can...
Yes, what is it?
Good morning! Yeah! Hardcore! J'adore! God is close by, but maybe he doesn't have good enough ears. Let me turn it up so we can lure him here.
Yes, what is it? The swallow, you mean? What about freight? Thanks.
What's on your mind? So your cop ways came through again. Impressive. Let's see what you got. Didn't know cops made that kind of loot, huh? This is a brilliant piece of equipment. Maybe even too brilliant.
He wants to keep it at a distance. He's afraid of what...
All right, Lawfarer, we're ready to do this. I have to warn you, though, once we commit, there's no stopping until we've seen it all the way. So any cop prep you got to do, you do it now. We'll wait if we have to. How should I know? It's up to everyone to know their own need.
At the very least, he should make sure you're...
Personally, I'm gonna make sure I've got a steady supply of prep tired handy. Don't sweat that. Egg found something down near the waterlock. Some maniac have...
That maniac is obviously you, which makes the power source your half-sunken Caprice 40.
That explains why it was covered in cop colours. Old things... All I have to do is run a cable from the engine up and do what you have to do. Hardcore shot! Like Egg said. So the rest of the crew has got to stay here. Can't afford to let the beat drop right as we're getting off the ground. Much love to my hardcore antenna!
Good luck, guys.
Try to squeeze in a promo spot while you're on air. We've got to start putting the...
Back across the waterlock. At least we're getting...
You can grab that amplifier, officer. And you start spooling up those cables. Maybe we can get it all in one go. Just plug that in there, would you?
It's done. I believe we are ready.
Yeah, as ready as we're gonna be. Grab one of these can sets, both of you. I've got it rigged so we can all listen, but only your cop talk will... No idea what we're gonna hear when I turn this thing on, so be prepared for anything. Trick is to keep transmitting your request until the big bad acknowledges you. Honestly, that might be for the best. Like I said, the signs coming off this whole project are seriously uncharted. Don't know how much juice we've got, so we better get to it. You ready? Good. We're live.
A soft rustling between your ears, a winterscape with fast forward. Every light switch, every motor carriage, every doorbell, tea kettle, and radio in Martinez. All...
Hey, Lawman! We're waiting on ya!
You're all alone out there, wandering a blasted heath, calling out to the night. The lieutenant looks up at you, nervous. For who, though? You cannot say.
Give it another go!
Perhaps you're simply imagining it, but it seems as though you're learning to pull apart the fibers of this auditory felt. You focus on one strand in particular, one that sounds...
Nein, Liebling, das lasse ich nicht zu. Wie kannst du unseren Jungen bloß auf einen dieser Dinger nach Bredefort schicken? Marianne, mir erzählt, dass Oscar nicht mehr, seit er auf einem Luftschiff aus Graz zurückgekommen ist. Keinen in die Psychologen für voll...
You can't make out a word of this gibberish.
Liebling, bitte.
Is that what you call those radio spookers? Didn't know they had it. Either way, you gotta keep it up till we get through. Again.
It's gone now.
A slight frisson at the point where your neck meets your spine. Something about the lieutenant's words directed at you, but not you.
I didn't say anything, Detective.
Someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
An uncomfortable silence falls.
It's been a long winter. Long and cold.
I promise you I didn't, even though it certainly sounds like me.
So your partner's haunting himself, trying to warn him off.
It's eerie for certain, but also harmless. I just wish I could remember what I was.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal.
Is that what this switch...
Someone has been maintaining it.
Sounds like the de-spooker worked. Lucky break.
Where's your partner? Are you there, Lieutenant Dubois? Please acknowledge.
Bad news. Even with the de-spooker flipped, the signal is still too weak to get... Don't know. If we can't get around the interference, we... Says here, main step, volume to the max. That's not too helpful. Okay, it'll... My guess, you climb up the Centaur, man. See if there's anything obviously interfering.
This isn't exactly...
Someone has been maintaining it.
No problem at all. You've already teleported up. Something about this setup seems dimly familiar. But you'll be damned if you know what you're supposed... Images of your body smashed against the pavement flood your mind. This is dangerous.
You actually haven't, but you have proven that you are a relatively capable climber.
It's gotta be you. I'm manning the decks down here. Maybe you break an arm, maybe you break your neck, but that's what the Invalids Fund is for. So don't worry about it for now.
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. This feels... You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly an embarrassment.
You're doing all right, Detective. Just keep your focus on the task at hand.
The connection itself is nothing more than a little braid of exposed wire wrapped about the hoof of the horse. A copper fetter. The whole monument is covered in a thin but durable layer of oil and grime.
Well, what's it look like? That's not good. We should have cleaned the centaur man first. Pretty rude that we... Hang on. I'm looking at Egg's checklist. He says, if all fails, bend antenna. Narrow is the hardcore way. That make any sense to you? It says here, muscle style. Good question. Maybe he's saying we're casting too wide a net. Since you're already out there...
The speed freak is right. The responsibility is yours and yours alone. There's no turning back now. You are face to face with Philip III. The Bronze King looks toward the west. Something about it, not intentionally. This faithful steed is in nearly as poor a condition as its rider, a clear night sky. Across the river, you can see the lights of Coalition warship Archer floating. A few of the idle lorry drivers and strikebreakers gesture at you with their cigarettes, more out of curiosity than anything else. From the window of one of the adjacent apartments, she yells a single word you can't make out, and then shuts the window with a violent thunk. You allow the broken hunk of metal to clatter to the ground. It wasn't clear to you.
Nein, Liebling.
Huh? Sounds like that was a false move. Signal's even worse now. The thing is, trying's not enough.
He's right.
I'm gonna turn all the dials to maximum. Probably gonna burn...
A maelstrom of sound, swirling and swirling.
Lieutenant Dubois, please respond.
It's too much. Your eardrums are throbbing.
A long winter.
And then...
Try it now.
This is Warship Archer. We are acknowledging and accepting you. Though we're still getting...
This is as good as it's gonna get. I'll keep us aligned as...
This is it. You're finally getting to speak. And by that, we mean the ones with the gun. There is so much you wish you could ask, but you probably only...
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request? A very important question with a very simple answer. Beyond that, it may be said that we are the inheritors and stewards of Dolores Day's legacy. Immeasurable. It includes interstellar travel, 3 scientific revolutions, humanism, internationalism, the welfare state, and balance of terror theory. Nothing less than the intellectual foundation of our... The role of the Moralist International is twofold: to buy humanity sufficient time to perfect itself, and to patiently guide it along the road while protecting it from ideological highwaymen and eschatologists. It's an elegant idea, one of the cornerstones of the modern era. In short, it holds that durable, lasting peace is possible when the major powers are capable of inflicting unacceptable and irreversible destruction upon one another. Because no rational state is willing to accept the risk of such a calamity befalling its own people. All powers are incentivized to de-escalate conflicts before they reach the point of no return. A state is like any other living thing. It wants to survive and grow. A state that doesn't value its own existence is not a state at all. The RCM exists under the umbrella of the coalition, just as the coalition exists. At the same time, the RCM is not exactly of the coalition. It's our understanding that the RCM's organizational structure predates the coalition. We believe it may even be modeled after the communal brigades themselves.
There is some truth to that.
But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the ethics divisions to ensure that both organizations are working towards the same ends. One now committed to upholding moralist values. Strange, isn't it? History is a river coursing ever downward. Occasionally, its course is redirected in mysterious and unexpected ways. Let us answer your question with a question. Have you ever seen evening fall over the old town of Mr.Sìlux? If you had, then you would remember. It is one of the great wonders of the world, impossible to mistake or forget. The heart of the city, the old town, is a district composed of weather marbles, comprising thousands of columns and arcades arranged around a series of grand plazas. During the day, it's a beautiful sight, equal to any of the great... But as the sun sets, the shadows cast by those columns and arcades weave together to form an intricate ombre and lattice. You see...
The name Ad Vesperascit means evening come.
For you, not only that, but you are also part of that centuries-long plan. When you cross one of the open plazas, your own shadows is effortlessly woven into the great lattice work. A deliberate synthesis. Yes, it is. We grew up there. We have seen the lattice with our own eyes. In Messina, of course. Not only was it the site of Dolores Day's crowning, it was also one of the great cities. Of course, such a city does not spring from nowhere, nor does it endure without effort. About 3,000 years.
She really had that on the tip of her tongue. It's like she has the timeline laid out right in front of her.
It does, doesn't it? And yet, there remains a great deal.
This is it. Final question time. I can already feel our alignment.
Is everything alright? We lost the connection for... Acknowledge. To reach the committee, all you need to do is fill out the appropriate request. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July. We're afraid that is quite impossible, Peter. We cannot transfer you to the committee because we are not entrusted with that.
Then, why are you wasting time with her? You should demand to speak with who's really in charge.
We're here, Lieutenant. Though we have to say,
You're getting tangled by the big bad. Time to try something else.
Not a problem. If this is a time-sensitive matter, you may file an... They typically respond within a few weeks.
What part of need to reach the committee doesn't she understand?
We will hear your request.
That's only because they haven't heard about your problems yet.
So, you're experiencing acute...
Good God, here we go.
We're afraid we don't understand. Are you requesting medical attention? Then we are not sure what assistance can be rendered. Now, please excuse us while we update the receiving frequency.
Quick, hang up on her first. And there, you really showed her. Showed her what? The lieutenant gives a long sigh.
I think it's best for you to climb off the statue now, Detective. Your real work is done here.
There's a damp cold running up the insides of your thighs. Your legs have grown. You look around. The strikebreakers are still shouting their slogans. There's really no point. You're beginning to feel like the little child.
About time. You grab that amp. Forget the cables. Need to leave some evidence of our antenna to
What's one more trip across the waterlock?
Well, cop man, we've repaid the favour. Guess this cements the cop hardcore alliance.
Yeah! We are cops now! Easy, Egg. We're still hardcore music venue organisers, first and foremost, but maybe this does make us pillars of the local community.
Sure, you have to say that now. I'll put this tech away later. Think there's an extra can set, in case you want to grab a souvenir.
Homosexual underground. Maybe you should stop obsessing about your own and other.
can see them.
Show me your hands. This is the pace. Show me your hands. Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
Failure to comply. Suspect.
Her eyes bulge with terror.
I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Suspect is on the loose. That one extra lick with a baton or extra knee strike above was what was actually required. Suspect.
Be careful, detective.
You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn. This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun loaded.
It's a goddamn...
As she waves her hands, you notice...
Officer, you needed assistance!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Disturbance reported. Authorized...
Big red key. That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this. She's frantic, confused. Sure, you're you. But how do we end this? She's not just gonna let you leave.
Suicide by cops. Split-second decision. Eat lead.
Oh my god. In your peripheral vision, the lieutenant releases the half-squeezed trigger.
God, I almost blew her head off.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons. Police guns have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks devastated. Grab the gun. Right now.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they?
This linden-headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is grinding to a halt. Tired of walking the...
Oh, we need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't...
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8, and loneliness. Could be. Her hands were trembling, and she did seem uncoordinated. But what are we gonna do with her? I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the gun, we could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family. Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late, and then... But I think we are done here for now.
Please, leave the radio on.
Reflex to what? She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and fleshes now. The woman stands slumped. She is one of those things, there were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them. Do. She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant.
Oh, is that yours? It's your hat.
The old woman doesn't react to your touch. The old woman still sits in her chair. The buzz of electric lights blends together. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now.
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. It happens when you grow older. My suggestion is, don't. A lullaby my mother used to sing. I surrender to the night.
That's kind of grim for a children's song, even if it is.
Yes, it does.
It's getting late, and it's raining.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of...
The bed is comforting, if... The place feels almost like home now, quiet and dignified around you.
It's easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and your...
This respite. You've earned it, brother. Bask in the darkness. Let it swallow you up and swivel you around while you forget. No, this is the one before that. We'll just keep cycling it for you if you don't.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
You're welcome, Harry boy.
After centuries of darkness, the alarm rings. But what's this? You actually feel ready.
Go.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want? What's that, Copper? You want us...
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your...
Yeah. We'll send someone out. God, poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kuron or something. Bastards left her.
Hey, wasn't Everard's beat team looking for her the other day? They said something about her. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig.
Whatever you do, do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You will suffer if you do.
No? Well, whatever then, copper.
No. They totally said what it was. What was it?
I don't remember. I was fucking drunk.
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with? Auntie LaPlante, we always called her. Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo. Fuck you, Pig. What the fuck you are playing at, huh?
Easy, Al. Don't let him get to you. Have one for Auntie.
Don't disrespect Miss LaPlante, Copper. She's good people. We all get a little wows, like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then.
Us kids? That must have been ages ago. The children kept her together.
Wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? Respectable professions don't shoot kids, Cerdo. They don't beat confessions out of prisoners.
Easy there, Al. Sit down. We got one of our own to take care of, so let's not get worked up. Dunno. She lives by the water.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
No problem, old cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinet.
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
Yes? Yes? What do you want to know? Good.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But...
As she says the word, officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range. No, buddy, that's not going to happen. You can't shield yourself from this. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field. Wow, check out the big brains on you. You're not entirely wrong. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale. Literally, signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, at the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you...
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you. I built it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented, but...
Oh yeah, way beyond. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cops, and of herself merely as prey.
If you've got something really important to say, you could...
Dentist.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh?
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find to my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy.
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
What shit? I told you I didn't do it. Sounds pretty...
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a reason to off someone. Yeah, sure. And I didn't like wild pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but I don't think she didn't hate him, okay?
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time. Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar.
She speaketh truth.
Wow, now I'm curious. Please, explain. No, not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dark. Why? Don't know it, but also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it down.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
I considered her a good friend, yeah. What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse. Oh, so that's where you were going with this. That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts who didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music.
The lieutenant watches her expectantly. Occasionally.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go.
Clausia only said they may be kissed. Someone is lying here.
If that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off.
Seriously, just move on.
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it, move on.
No ill will then. It wasn't a problem for her.
Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her pattern. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy. Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Wow. Pissing, pinball, and now peeping. I'm just not following your insinuations, Detective. Look, I'm not aware of any hole in Clausia's wall. And if I had been, I would have told her to get it sealed. That's what friends do. Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. For the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable. Go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Clausia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, I considered her a good friend, yeah. Go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks.
And? Sure don't.
The breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Yeah, evidence. No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style. So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on. I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too. No, I did not. Yeah?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasia comes. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authority.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynching, yeah. In cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the heart.
She lied to you about that, too.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gun.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent. Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden shock pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mum, fucking hell. And why me? You hear through. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm...
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about all of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you.
Nah. That I'm not planning to shoot you is the extent of the courtesy I can extend to La Puta Madre at present. You know what I did. I fucked him over. And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you, singular or plural? She might know something.
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman, that sound about right?
No idea who these people are, literally.
Well, this has been a great talk, really. But I think I'm going to hit the road now. What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but... She looks at the machine, assessing...
Oh, fuck it. Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down.
Oh, yes it is.
You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself. So why is it not coming to you? Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. No, wait. Finally, it comes to you. She flashes you an incredulous grin. Then she exhales sharply. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic theory. Kraz Mazov would have worn this, Yushenka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or... Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like 1,000 radio stations.
I know you're feeling... Can't say it's a...
As she says the word. That's an awful decision. Why we don't focus on the pain? Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You... Wow. A pale latitude compressor. Signals are so precisely. This at the upper lip.
She likes telling you.
I built it.
And she's pretty.
That's illegal.
Oh yeah. Wait. No. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker. Yeah,
So she thinks of you as hunters.
If you've got... God damn it, fine. If you...
The gun she's... Well, there's only 3. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing. So you found my shack, huh? So nice.
As opposed to the other...
I was.
That's her admitting.
No.
So she says...
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? Oh, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. Oh.
Hey, dog.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Like what?
A strong moral compass.
I didn't like him. Plenty of broken teeth. You think I was envious of his... Yeah, sure. I'm listening. Man, I was with the... You mean the length of a toilet break? Look, fuck you.
She speaketh.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, don't know it. But also, the shot couldn't have come from...
She has a...
That didn't go super well.
And? Sure don't.
The breach?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Yeah, evident. I considered her... What the hell? I'm not following your clever... Look. Nope. Look, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable. Oh, that's a very...
The lieutenant.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Claudia was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled...
Claudia only said...
If that's what...
Seriously, just move on.
She I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought... Yeah, I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. Go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks.
Who doesn't? The view's pretty boss. It's very Yes, I'm sure. And no. Gifts of... So now I'm leading I never did understand why. No, I did not. Yeah?
More questions before doing it.
How should...
Those...
What is it?
Who hasn't? You know, he was still warm.
She's refused.
It's okay.
All right. She sits down with a drink, trying... Oh, yeah. Super. No, she asked me...
You made it look like you'd been hanged.
What? No. Yeah. She asked...
She lied to you about that, too.
Yeah. As I keep telling you cops...
But even if this is true...
War? The thought...
She doesn't...
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these... I saw you... Yes. You.
Through fucking hell. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock.
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Harry Dubois.
So she knows all of this just means that you're effective. Criminal.
Right. Sure. You don't know. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You know what...
I thought she's not... Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but...
Yeah, you had your death squad with... Sure you do. I bet they're just outside waiting. I guess I'll take my chances. Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. One of the guys seemed chipper. A blonde. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are. Literally.
Well, this has been a great talk, really. But I think I'm going to hit the road now. What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one...
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer. You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's... She looks at the machine.
Oh, fuck it. Problem solved.
Ma'am!
Oh, yes it is.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no... You know. This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives. She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call. I would have done the same, had I not been incapacitated.
He couldn't take it like you. It irks him. Then he gets over it.
I have a feeling we didn't. Her tent. We should check it out.
The plain red tent stands by. It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camp. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, cooking utensils. It reeks of cigarettes. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More, you pocket the worn brown leather a trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among... She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out short wry observations of people and places, probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages, the way some of those question marks trail off into ellipsis. She was going through a tough time. Staff issues, always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can. Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. Except, she is referring to betraying her previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense? That name isn't mentioned as small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre? M is great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got... Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake. Whatever you may look like, you don't feel like a hired assassin. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the... Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the entry ends abruptly. The most recent entry is from even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking...
It looks like she might have been... framed? I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre. No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure. The head of a major Jamrock gang, specializing in drug production and traffic.
He's not 100% sure you're not indebted to this very, very bad person.
Classio was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or... Either way, we need to keep an eye. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. Years' worth of dust is shaken off.
Yes. Looks like some latter-day radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago. half a century? This was probably part of the network of... I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff. You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
just up ahead. What you have isn't enough. You need more fire. You try to take comfort in the weight of your pry bar, or crowbar, or pry bar. Call it what you will. It doesn't stand a chance against me. Be prepared. Make sure you have your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm pistol in your pockets.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm. It reminds you of the day you first held it. Sheathe your sidearm, officer. A serious law official, cop by...
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning. Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about...
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This is...
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this.
He is facing overwhelmingly peaceful. Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed.
The Mercenary Tribunal. My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
He doesn't want to, but he must.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Pig fuck!
Ah, yeah! Welcome to the fucking...
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the gun...
With a wordless gurgle, the killer, the leader, gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your... Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Cranor wouldn't. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Pops,
You have no idea about the rights Crenell extends to us. If I fuck and kill you, hang you to that streetlight by your shit pipes, then that's cool. No one's going to give a shit about dead loincloths.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off. Easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out.
Yeah? Who did that?
Time. You had time to fuck around in that church, to run errands for your...
Time is up, loincloth. Give me a name. Now! How fucking convenient. What the fuck? What are you doing? You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here? Go ahead. Tell me it was the fucking cafeteria.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
You're lying. DePaul heard.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver, 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways in his hand from the inebriation.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot. Of course, nothing bad will happen. Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take it. Even better, it will further destabilize. This might be a very bad moment to come up with this, but he's Corty, right? The man he's mourning was called Elise Courtenay. Corty could be short for Courtenay. Could they be brothers? Ask him that. What? Yes, this will be good. It will calm him down and won't cost any. And if not, lives aren't that.
Don't fucking talk to me about my brother, loincloth.
Okay, yes. Immediate failure. Things are worse now. He's observing your every motion carefully. A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. The smoke drifts west with the wind. You hear the plaza erupt in violence, slow like a waterfall in reverse. There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward. His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady. An Easter AR-FA-7 built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you. A low shot rings. You feel a tapping, like rain on your chest plate. Heavy drops of rain. Then the sound of dice rolling as the cuirass distributes the shot evenly from... You got hit. The armor took most of it, but still your ribcage burns.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from de Paul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 guns. Oh God, what you see? 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. The look of vengeance. Frank, here it comes. Death. You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing light.
You're bleeding out. Yes, keep talking. Stay away.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds, a slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound. No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a sprint. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was... He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not and rotting and being disinfected and smelling of drugs and feeling saliva in his...
He can't go. Not before. There was a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go...
The engine of a caprice.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Sunrise, Parabellum. Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying. It served you well. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay. What happened? You shot the Major in the face. Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He hit the cuirass. I heard it go off. I was looking for a clear line of sight to him.
He sounds a tiny bit sorry he did not find it before.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name. Yes. You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer De Paul before she got the jump on me. I killed her. And that's what happened.
He nods.
This is the one. De Paul was the last to die. Everhart had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. 4. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets. All. Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. And we are still alive.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Dramamine? Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under-the-counter bad.
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. It appears no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated. The bruising in your shoulder is negligible. The armor took the brunt of the fire. We will see. No. I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here? Sorry.
I did. It's part of a detective's task chain. You can do it too.
Actually, you can. You can even remove a fractured bullet, it seems.
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me. Easy now. How are you?
The lieutenant looks at you, teetering on your feet.
I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too. Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? Oh yes, she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. Turns out it was a bad idea not to arrest her, but maybe it was a good...
Who would have figured? By the way, the lieutenant does not actually believe you will be spiritually reimbursed for letting her escape. You just have to live with it.
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected.
He's wrong.
Okay. We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of...
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic. I don't know. That's been there for years. Yes, God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable. Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies.
That does make some sense.
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around from the war, all completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is that makes that bullet useless. I'm afraid we may not be able to locate communism, Detective, on account of it being dead. Ideology does not have anything to do with the murder investigation at hand. Absolutely. There's no other way to go about it. We screwed.
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good. Where do you want...
Ballistics. In Clausia's room. Do it. Also, it's just close enough to endure the walk.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can...
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go. I am sure neither of us feels solid enough to...
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I did it.
A gift. I am not drawing my gun, yet.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his... Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
It's hardly so...
You look at her rough, jagged handwriting on the note. She was in a rush, but... The medicine cabinet. Pity.
She certainly had her priorities straight when she...
This window is pristine.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit, a two-hearted spider. Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been... The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside. The red thread bisecting the room shows the trajectory of the bullet. From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back. Maybe if you extrapolate all possible points of origin first, the thread will make sense. The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realized. Ruby ruled this out vehemently. The shot would have been heard from downstairs, where no one heard. The shot had to come from a greater distance, beyond A prime. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez? According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are 700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that, this would explain why no one heard the gunshot. The bullet came from 1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it. Possibly from a tent. No. 1 kilometer away, a point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea. As you saw in the coin-operated viewer, the shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 8B and 33A. The angle would have been... Then there's the thread the witness left. She did have a first-hand view of the event. Perhaps she found something in the outer reaches of her... It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the island in the bay.
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? I find that hard to believe, but at this point, what difference does it make? Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the threat seems to point. I remember. So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep this...
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything. The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there? There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete.
Not a lot, no. Could be the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
Okay, let's go to the fucking island. How do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you. You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled in. I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad. Where was I? How do you think I know the crazy shit you pulled off out there? I was there, out on the balcony. So, yeah, I guess I'm what you call a badass. Yeah, well, fuck you too, then. You have any more questions?
He's not too offended. The experience has changed.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Seeing you approach, the bruise...
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you... That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Well, cheers anyway, Copper. Dio was old. I think he'd be